Damn. Okay. What do you mean retired? You got VIP in there. Or mod. I forgot which one. $2026 would be delete Twitter Discord. Oh. You know, one day I will retire Twitch, but I don't know if I'll ever retire Discord. Whenever I retire Twitch, I'm retiring Twitter as well. But I am probably a gamer for life, so. By the way, Happy New Year, you know, 2025, 2026, yes. Don't forget to have a look. How do I pin message? There we go. And pop out that chat. And blah blah blah. There we go. I know how to stream. I remember how to stream. Okay, 1, 2. I'm gonna make this image slightly smaller. Have you ever it's a bamboo ear pick used for cleaning of ears? I have. I do have ear picks. Let me get the wood ones. You're still the cameo share? I better be. Better not have replaced me. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm so tired. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ear picks. There we go. Oh geez, are you fine? It is. Hi Luna Nix. Welcome in. Could I get a shout out for Luna, please? Luna is a wonderful, wonderful ASMR creator. So please, please, please go check out the channel. Where do you put all of them? Luna, let me show you, let me expand the image for you, because I did crop it. But that's my bed. This is my bed. You can like kind of sort of make out a tiny bit of bed. You can see a tiny bit of the bed. What's left of the bed. But yeah, I have a Eevee issue. Eevee, Vulpix, and Zor was in the corner over there. I like the fox Pokemon. And Nickit is buried somewhere in this pile as well. And so is Fennekin. Fennekin's right there. But yeah, didn't go on a spray or something. This is a collection over the past year. Over the past year. Sure, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Lovely to have you here. But yeah, I might have a slight issue. Okay. Don't worry, I scam chat. It's not my money. It's chat's money. This is what you guys buy me. When you guys donate, this is where it goes. it's my mental illness pile, you know? You know? I'm going to keep buying Eevee plushies until my mental illness is cured. Sketch, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Happy New Year, Happy New Year. I'm gonna move the alerts because now they're being hidden by Eevee plushies. How do I? I'm gonna have to test the alerts. Yeah, oh my god, I forgot how to stream. I took a break. I took a short break and I forgot how to stream, guys. I do apologize. Preview alert. Send test alert. Yo, KitsuneNoKokoro just followed? That's crazy. Who would have thought? Oh my god, wow. Alright, there we go. There's the alerts. Marito, Happy New Year, Happy New Year. Good to see you. You can follow yourself? It was a test alert, it was a test alert. No, I cannot follow myself. I can subscribe to myself. Well, technically Twitch gives all streamers a sub to themselves. Yeah. Chat, I might have like 14 new plushies on the way. I'm not cheating, I swear. Cheating? Eh? Good girl, some clickies. Pyro. Pyro, you're such a good girl. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl. Yeah, you're my good girl. Do you like Eevee? Could you tell? Was it that noticeable? Chat, just from the image. Okay, if you know the answer already, don't spoil. Don't spoil. But if you don't know the answer yet, based on this photo, who do you think my favorite evolution is? Good girl, Pyro. Good girl, good girl. I was just guessing? Oh yes, wonderful, wonderful guess. Clearly Leafeon. I need more Leafeon plushies. Stock Eevee. It is Flareon. It is Flareon. But Eevee is a good second. Eevee, Flareon, Leafeon are actually my favorites. I was doing exercise today and my leg, grunt. What's grunt? I'm confused. Oh. Actually, I don't know. In English. I don't know. I'll Google Translate. My favorite Pokemon is Mousehold. Mousehold is cute. Very, very cute. handsome good boy. Elijah. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. You're my good boy. Queen Kitsune, hi! Boba, good to see you. How are you doing? I love Bishop. I can't explain why. Bishop's pretty cool. Bishop's pretty cool. I like it when people have a unique favorite Pokemon, and I think Bisharp's a good choice, right? Because you hear a lot of, what, Charizard, Piplup, you know, starter Pokemon, or like pseudo-legends, but Bisharp's a good one. AG Slash? Oh, nice, nice. Right. Ah, I see. That's what I thought. Right. So, yes. Regigigas, yes. Really? Regigigas? I don't think I've ever heard someone tell me their favorite is Reggie. Alright, chat. Who is your least favorite legendary trio? Because from what I've heard, it's most people either really dislike the genies or they dislike the Swords of Justice. I guess better question is, if one legendary trio had to go, got deleted off the face of the earth, which legendary trio would you be fine never existing? Because personally for me, the genies are so fugly. The genies are so fugly. The genies can go, and I wouldn't care. But some people are like, oh, but I like the genies because they were meta for a while. I don't give a fuck about meta. The genies are so fugly. It's god awful. Plus, I like the Sword of Justice, so. The Lake Spirits, Mespirit, Aslif, and it's like, I don't know how to pronounce it. Uxie? U-X-I-E? Whatever the fuck. Those ones? Yeah, fair enough. Pancake Squid, welcome in. The Gen 9 DLC ones. Gen 9 DLC ones. I don't even know if I played Gen 9 DLC. The Scarlet Violet, yeah? Scarlet Violet's not real. Paradox Hunter, if your name has to do with Scarlet Violet, I'm so sorry, but the Paradox Pokemon don't make sense to me. I saw those and I was like, those are not Pokemon. No, because how the fuck, like, Iron Tusk or like Roaring Moon, like, what? What? What do you, huh? That's not a Pokemon name. I don't know, I saw that and it pissed me off. I'm like, is Pokemon really like struggling that much to make new Pokemon that you're just fusing old Pokemon? If you're gonna fuse Pokemon, you could at least make something like a cute fusion or a cool looking fusion. But like the fusion Pokemon, like the Paradox Pokemon, look weird as fuck to me. Welcome in. The Paradox Hunter, thank you for the Kitsune Ducks. I have nothing to do with it. That's good. What's the context of that? I think Maripo was riding his bike earlier. Hi Casey, it's been a while. What's fusion ROM hack, Paradox? I haven't heard of that. I missed you too. I'm finally back though. Finally back from vacation. And 12 days until I start my university classes. So almost every day you'll probably get Kitsune streams until then. But I do need to get my driver's permit, so I will be studying for that. Sticky balls, got it. Stop and get some help. What do you mean, Cloud? And a good girl for Casey. Got it. Casey, you're such a good girl. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl. You're my good girl. Hi, Samuel. Welcome in. The person can go thank you for Kitsune tags. If you're talking about the Pokemon plushies, I have like 14 more of them on their way. Hold up, let me check my email from the Pokemon Center. But you can still see the bed. You can still see the bed. Man, Pokemon Center. I don't want to look at the price tag. I already know how much I spent. Stop showing me the price tag. Thank you for shopping at Pokemon Center. Details. Alright, I have Ditto as Vaporeon, Ditto as Glaceon, Ditto as Flareon. I have all 9 of the Ditto EV plushies on their way. I also have the Sitting Cuties evolutions on their way. I also have the Fwa Sylveon and Glaceon on their way. I have an issue. Yes, Vaporeon. Kid, this is Pina. We've learned you have an unreasonable amount of Pokemon living in your apartment. We're sending a person. No, they're very safe in my apartment. I promise you. Entire collection of Ditto being evolutions? Yes. The whole collection. We need to stage an intervention at this point. No intervention is necessary, I promise you. And if you only more plushies will help. Yes, only more plushies will cure my mental illness. Let me show you, buddy. Let me show you my... you can still see the bed. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Look. See? You can see the bed. It's not that bad. The bed is still visible. It's not that bad of an issue. It's okay. Hi, Phantom Buckle. Welcome in. Fluffy Devil, welcome. We can see the headboard in 3 inches at the front. Exactly. The bed is visible. It's okay. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I don't have an addiction. It's okay. Everything is okay. Hi, Christian Sanchez. Welcome in. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry if I missed your message. Welcome in. Happy New Year. How much can you use to sleep on? I move the EVs when I need to sleep. Because I sleep on the bed and the cats sleep on the bed. So like, I pick the EVs up and I just put them on top. Because, yeah. So there's still room for me at the cats. And the bed that I have is, what's the bed size that's bigger than twin, but it's like smaller than a queen? Cause that's the size bed I have. I think it's full. Yeah. I have a full size bed. So, yeah. Your voice is more mommy. Like, that's Thank you, Fluffy. But yeah. Maybe I do need to get a queen size bed, so there's more room for the plushies. No, Phantom? You don't think I need an upgrade? So there's room for you to sleep. Oh, that too. I suppose that's important. I guess so. Good night, Marito. But yeah, the Pokemon Center is loving me because I did place a very pricey plushie order with them. So the Pokemon Center is like, oh fuck yeah. I missed you ever so dearly, Big Papa. Oh, Moola Boo. I missed you. And Daddy missed you so much, Moola Boo. Good boy and affirmations for Marito. Marito, you're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. You're my good boy. I don't have my affirmations list pulled up. Look, I promise you, I don't have an addiction. I can stop whenever I want. I can quit whenever, chat. But will you, is the question? No. No, I won't. But the thing is, you don't want to stop, do you? I don't want to stop. They bring me happiness. They bring me happiness. Godzilla, welcome in, welcome in. That's my pizza. That's my pizza. Get your face out of there. Did you eat something? That's my... I'll get you food. I'll get you food. Hold on. Go get some. Coffee. Can the coffee. Okay. My number one kiss is always right. I like that law. I like that law. How are you? I'm doing well. How are you, Kitsune? Look, any New Year's resolutions? Buy more evolutions. That's definitely a resolution. Chat, did you know that every evolution plushie that I buy cures my mental like I'm one step closer to curing my mental illness? Did you know? Did you know that? It's proven, scientifically proven. Leafeon is the best one though. Leafeon's underneath all of the EVs, near Espeon and Glaceon. But I do need more Leafeon plushies. And every time they come out with something new, it says it's further back in progress until we obtain those. Until we obtain those, and then it fixes. And then it fixes the issue. Right? But yeah, that is true. Not enough green. I know, I need more green. Leafeon's my second favorite. Umbreon's dead center. Well, it went Flareon, Jolteon, Vaporeon, Espeon, Umbreon, Leafeon, Glaceon, Sylveon. Like, that's how I kinda tried to order them from left to right. You know? And then Zorwas are in the back, and then Vulpixes are in the front. And then Fennekin and Nickit is in the front of the Vulpix. Morask Angel, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, it looks like I have a lack of Leafeon and Glaceon, and I kinda do, but like, I'll be getting more. They're coming in. We're just waiting for the shipment. I have to leave now because of work. See you. Take care, Fluffy. Have a wonderful New Year's. Good luck at work. this is what happens when you have adult money, chat. You buy adult things. You know? You know? This is the true search for happiness. Every Eevee plushie brings me happiness. I promise you. Where's your show my school pic? It got replaced by my Eevee collection. Plush toys, very mature. Very, very mature. Very demure, very cutesy, very mindful. Jose, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Adult money is not given enough. I know. The economy is terrible. I'm gonna miss that pair. No. Pochita, now it's just an Eevee picture, and I'm going to update the picture every time I get a new plushie. Hold up. You know what's crazy? I wanna show you what's crazy, chat. Because in comparison, and then also, again, if we have any trigger requests, please let me know. Please let me know. Because I'll sit here yapping about how much I love plushies forever. In comparison, this was the photo before I left for vacation. Before vacation, after vacation. Is this why you're always broke? This snowballed me these plushies. The new plushies are not my money. It is all Snow. Blame him. He spoiled me for Christmas. Right, Cha. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Such a scammer, I know. Diabolical. That is my pizza. That is my pizza. Get your head out of there. Down. But yes, let's see. Kalimba and Good Boy. Drifts. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. You're my good boy, Drifts. Good boy. Cat does cat things? Yeah, he's trying to steal a slice of pizza from me. Oh no, Boo, thank you for the Kitsune tags. Gonna go for the night. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Bye, Scar. Take care. Is buried under all of my other ASMR tools. God, what? I don't know how to pronounce that name. Hi, welcome in. Quack, 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 quack. I don't know. Hi, welcome in on Green. I forgot how to play the remember. It's been so long. Oh my god. Hi, Stormy. Good to see you. How have you been? Anyway, I'm in the process of moving, so I got no Wi-Fi. Oh, yikes. Hopefully you, do you have unlimited for cellular? How was your vacation? It was very good. I didn't do much, but I did eat a lot of good food, and I got a lot of new plushies, so, you know, I call that a win. Let me guess, Japan? No, 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 no. It was to LA. It was not to Japan. I've never been to Japan, but I would love to go one day. Favorite thing you ate during the holidays? It has to either be, I went to Din Tai Fung, um, which is like a dim sum restaurant in LA. So that was really yummy. Or Haidi Lao. I really liked Haidi Lao. The hot pot, oh my god. Oh, so yummy. So yummy. Very much worth the hype, I think. It was very pricey. Very, very pricey. But so yummy. So worth it. Hello, Kokoro, and everyone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hi, Neutral. Good to see you. Haidi Lao is goated. That was the first time I've ever been to Haidi Lao. And oh my goodness, it was delicious. This service there was amazing. Amazing. They gave me a hair tie to tie up my hair, you know, because hot pot can get very steamy and greasy, you know, sometimes. So tying up my hair so it doesn't reek of the hot pot Um, and then they give you a glasses wipe to wipe your glasses if you have glasses. Um, a wipe to wipe your hands. There's snacks. Oh my god. Oh my god, it was wonderful. It was wonderful. I've actually never seen such amazing service because my friend went to go refill their water because the pitcher is right at the table. And the server saw him pick up the pitcher and was like, no, 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 I got it, right? And they poured my friend a new glass of water. And I was like, oh my god, like they did not want you pouring the water yourself. Oh my goodness, like. So it was amazing, and the server gave us extra snacks at the end. Mind you, we did tip him a lot. We tipped him 22% on the card, and then my friend didn't realize that I had tipped him on the card already, so my friend added a 20. So I'm pretty sure we gave this guy like a 30% tip. But like, it was like Christmas Eve when we went. So, you know, Merry Christmas to that guy. Merry Christmas to our server, I guess. Quadrix, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Making bank. The server definitely was. But yeah, it was delicious. You know, I had heard a lot about it. Haidilao and Din Tai Fung get hyped up a lot on social media, and some people say that it's not worth the price. I think if you go there weekly, it's very, very expensive. But like a once in a while occasional thing, I think is completely fine. It's delicious food, it's very good quality, amazing service. I loved it. I loved it. Do I have the funds to go there every week? No. Do I recommend going there every week? If you don't have no. But if you have the funds, it's like, oh, it was delicious. I understand the hype. This pizza is not for you. It has garlic and onions and jalapenos, and you can't have any of that. I gave you food. Do you want wet food? Is that what it is? Are you gonna hold me hostage until I give you wet food? Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'll give you wet food. But you gotta get off my lap. Okay, you can stay here for a while. He's so needy and I love him so much. You can hear the echo when petting the cat? Can you hear his purrs? Are the cats spoiled? I spoil them as much as I can. As much as I can, but it's not like I'm making bank. I make pretty much what you would make as a minimum wage employee, part-time employee. Yeah. I think I made like 300 every 2 weeks when I was working a part-time job. Right, and Twitch only pays me out once a month, right? And I make about 600 off of Twitch, 600 a month. So yeah, I spoil them as much as I can on a part-time salary. But once I finish my university degree and get a real life job, I'll spoil you no more. You're too precious. Broke with a master's degree? Yeah. Well, almost a master's degree. We have 2 bachelors. Do you mind if I ask what you're studying? So my bachelor's is in... I have 2 bachelor's degrees, one in political science and one in criminal justice. And my master's degree is in crime analysis. But I have 1 more class left for my master's. So, I'll be finishing it up in, May? Yeah. Do we need to do a crime to keep it? I don't plan on quitting streaming. So my hours for streaming might go down once I get an actual job. It depends. It really depends how much I'm working my other job. But I'm not planning on quitting streaming. I'll continue it as a hobby. Sorry, the kitty wants his butt spanked. He's a freak. Somebody gotta match your freak. How fat is that cat? He's not very fat. It's chonkers that's fat. You're a goofball. You're gonna fall off the chair. Blinkity got louder then? I think it also might be the new mic batteries. It might be the new mic battery that makes everything louder. Are you planning for politics or criminal work? I'm planning for criminal work, but I went into political science as an undergrad, because the higher up you get in law enforcement, the more politics comes into work, you know? If you're doing the grunt work, if you're a police officer, you know, you don't care too much about the politics. But if you're running for like police commissioner or police chief or a higher ranking position, there's always politics, right? So that's why I took political science for undergrad. The pizza's not yours. I'm sorry. You can't. I'm sorry. Let me feed you. Let me feed you. Let me feed you. I'll give you your wet food. Okay. Maybe now they'll stop trying to eat my pizza. Even doing like criminalists or specialization into a specific criminal group, you're gonna brush up against the political machine. If it's administration, exactly. Hi, happy new year. Good to see you, Yoshi. Thank you for your 11 months. Thank you. Yeah. So I figured for my future it would be smart of me to have some knowledge in the political side of things. So took that. But yes, thank you Yoshi, thank you for the 11 months. Heartbeats, yes. And Koro, welcome in, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Fox's Heart. Lovely to have you here. But yeah, I'm really enjoying my degrees. I don't know exactly what I'll do once I finish my degree, right? Obviously I'm going to do some sort of criminal work, whether it is policing or more of the crime analysis side. I'm with how terrible the job market is currently, I am willing to go wherever I get hired and wherever has the biggest paycheck, you know? I will go where the money takes me because I need it to survive. So yeah, that's the plan. I'll apply everywhere in the field and I will choose whatever pays me the most. Yeah. But yeah. Understandable, I did the same. Yeah. Wyoming will pay the best? I don't know. I've only really looked into the policing side of things, right? 'Cause police is always hiring. Police is always hiring, and as long as you can pass the police academy and pass a background check, like, there should be no reason they look at me and say, no, we'll pass, we're looking for someone else, right? So, and policing does pay fairly well. In Arizona, it's like 78,000 a year, and then I think California is like 95K a year. Good night, Paradox. Good night. Get some rest. Little Beast Man, welcome in. Thank you for the Kitsune tax. Good night, Paradox. Night. buddy. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That's how you get a win. I've been procrastinating chores. I need to do chores. Gotta do laundry. Okay. Laundry, dishes, and vacuuming. I think is what I have to do. And ghost. Ghost, welcome in. Good to have you here. Thank you for the follow. Hi, do you remember me? Oh my god. No, I don't think I know you. Welcome in, new chatter. It's lovely to have you here. Okay, yes. I'm so sorry. Bye, new chatter. It was lovely to have you here. New year, new chatter? True. Azur, thank you for your 22. Thank you for your 20 streak. How you doing? But yes, I need laundry, dishes, vacuum, study for permit test, and fix my dono alert. Can I have another good girl, Kitsune? Pyro. You're such a good girl. Yes, you are. You're such a good girl, Pyro. You're my good girl. Bunny, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Lovely to have you here. Oh, said I need to go get some rest. Oh, good luck, buddy. Have a good night. Get some rest. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, man. Hi, Yoru. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Thank you for the care package, buddy. That was Bunny. I did say Bunny, not Buddy. Not everything's about you, Buddy. I mean, old man. Fucking unk. Gramps. Not even unk, but he's Gramps at this point. Birthday soon, got an excuse? Yeah, I forgot, you're January, aren't you? I don't remember what day, though. I think you're before me. 16th? 18th? 17th? It was a teen, I think. 8th? I'm wrong. I'm just wrong. I'm just bad at remembering birthdays, I guess. I'm an unk. Age comes for us all. Not me. Not the fox. 822 years old, going strong. Trying to remember my card number, I see. Yeah, you wanna give me the digits? If you give me, I'll make you a deal. If you give me the digits, I'll figure out the billing address. Right? You give me the digits and the security code, and I'll figure out the billing address. I think I can, do you think I have the internet sleuthing to be able to, like, figure out your... Or counter offer. Oh, okay. I'm up for a counter offer. No. Fuck you. Hold up. Do I have the skill to... Stormy, you're the 8th of January too? Your birthday twins with Buddy. You're turning 23? Damn. Buddy, please. Buddy, please, I know the billing address. Please. I just need the digits and your security code, that's all. I think for some things I don't even need the security code. Honestly? Just hand over the digits and the expiration date. 22 next month? Damn. I committed a crime, don't arrest me. Lucky for you, I'm not a police officer. You do have the billing address now that I think about it? I do. Credit card scam ASMR? It is. Yeah. I wonder if I have... Hold on. Yeah. What do you do to keep your house free of flying cat hair? Sadly, it's just a lot of cleaning. A lot of vacuuming. And you can brush the cats. You can get a kitty brush for them and brush their fur so that it's not all over your house. assume there's also a 1. Can you tell me what, where the 8 is? Look, if you give me the digits, buddy, I can put in the name and the shipping address. And the billing address, you know? Good kitty. I forgot you're younger than me. Stormy, you always call me your little sister. There's not a 3. Alright, there's an 8. There's 1 8 and no 3s. Got it. Yeah, I did. I don't remember. Yeah. This motherfucker forgot. That's crazy. Can I do positive affirmations? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can't believe you would forget about your little sister. That's a bit fucked up, Stormy. Alright, Ezra. Good night, buddy. Good night, good night. Ezra. You make the world a better place just by being in it. You are capable of achieving anything you set your mind to. Hold up, I have to sneeze. I'm so sorry. Okay, you are stronger than any obstacle in your way. You are loved, valued, and appreciated. Sorry, I didn't have time to mute before I sneeze. And I have to charge my headset because it's dying on me. Head scratches? Yes, thank you for the pities, Nobu. Stop trying to eat my pizza. I gave you your wet food. You fat fuck. Hi, Hunter. Good to see you. Happy New Year. How was the first day of 2026 for you? Okay, your room is being taken over. I have more on the way. I have at least 10 more on the way. When you're getting the life-size Gardevoir, are you paying for it? Because otherwise I'm never getting that life-size Gardevoir. I don't care about Gardevoir enough to get it myself. If someone pays for it for me, I will gladly take it, but like, otherwise, Otherwise, I'm not buying that Gardevoir. I'm not a Pokemon freak, okay? Am I weirdly obsessed with EVs? Yes. But I am not a Pokemon fucker. Top left? The Flareon? What do you mean? There's no laws against Pokemon? That's diabolical, Hunter. Oh, I have to also record some stuff for, like, YouTube. I have record about it, not gonna lie, guys. You might be a Pokemon fucker with a Vaporeon pick. I don't have a life-size Vaporeon. I'm not a Pokemon fucker. They're my babies. Elentia, thank you for the Kitsune tags. Also on YouTube, I said hi to Yoru. I said hi to Yoru. You can hear me on YouTube, yeah? I'm getting something about the bitrate on my YouTube stream. I don't know what bitrate means though, not gonna lie. Yeah, so Yoru can hear me. Thank you, Yoru. I was talking about the records? What records? On YouTube? Huh? You know, I'm close to YouTube to like, I don't think I'm close to partner. I think I'm still a bit off for partner. But I'm close to monetization on YouTube. I think I'm like maybe 100, 200 hours away from monetization. But YouTube's weird. I don't know, man. I have to figure out the algorithm on YouTube. I'll be here until Tuesday. Well, it's Thursday right now. Thursday night too. Why not until Tuesday? What are you doing? Going to Poland tomorrow? Why Poland? You meeting a girl? You finally get some bitches, Hunter? I don't know what Americans call it. What do you mean? We call it getting bitches. Passport bro? You're a passport bro? You're getting married to some girl from Poland? Oh my god, there's no way you're a passport bro. Oh, a bachelor party. A bachelor party. Okay. He is. He's one of those guys that goes, no, I'm only looking to marry overseas. I'm only looking to marry okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Okay, passport bro. Got it. Am I a passport bro if I come to... Okay, passport bros are men who are not interested in dating, in dating in the US. If you live in the US, and you're not interested in a US woman and you want to marry out of the country, right? I'm only interested in international women. That's passport bro, right? Because you go overseas in hopes to find a wife. I don't know if there are passport bros in other countries. The women in Hong Kong and Japan were so pretty. Yeah. It's a very sexist stereotype. Yeah. I want to move. I want to move to, like, I would be very happy if I could move to China or Japan. You know, for a long time, I really wanted dual citizenship. Right, because I lost my Chinese citizenship the moment I got adopted. Right? But I heard, I don't know how true it is, and I really don't want to get too far into politics on stream, but I heard that the Trump administration was trying to get, I don't know if it's true or not, but I heard that the Trump administration is trying to get rid of dual citizenship. I don't even know if I would qualify for dual citizenship. I don't know if China would look at me and be like, no, you're fucking American now, we don't want you. Right? But I was born in China. I thought dual citizenship would be pretty cool. I'd like to live in China at some point. It's hard to get dual citizenship, is it? What's birthright citizenship? Like, if your parents aren't US citizens, but you were born in the US? I tried to get one for Hong Kong about a decade ago, and they said I don't qualify. Were you born in Hong Kong? Or is it just your parents are I'm not sure of your situation, CP. But I want to try for dual citizenship. If the US doesn't get rid of dual citizenship, I would love to apply for a dual citizenship. I'm born in the States, but my parents are Hong Kong citizenship, but since I didn't live there. I wonder if China would give me dual citizenship since I was born there. I was born in China. I really want dual citizenship. I would love to live in China, but still maintain my US citizenship, you know? Please. China has better League skins, better TFT skins. If you are a gacha player, China is better. You know how many China exclusives come out on Riot Games? Except I wouldn't be able to Twitch stream because Twitch is banned in China. You would have to catch me on Bilibili. It's more strict now from what I heard from my friend's family member. Well, I was also... Bro. I have a lot of reasons that I want to move to China. Yeah, if you were born in the US, you're automatically a citizen, correct? So birthright citizenship is... I'm assuming your parents are not US citizens, then, Pochita? But you were born here, so you are US citizens. But they're trying to get rid of birthright citizenship. Well, also the food in China, okay? The food... It's mostly League skins and food. It's impossible to get dual citizenship as far as I know. My sister-in-law was told she has to denounce her Canadian citizenship to get US citizenship. Damn. You would have to ship over all of your plushies? I would do it. I would do it in a heartbeat. Yeah, I don't think there's a way that they can get rid of current birthright citizenship, but they might try to pass a law to prevent it from being a thing in the future. You know? I'm both born in Mexico, but became US citizens. Way after my sisters, and I was born. Ah, okay. Hold up, I gotta search this now. US citizenship automatically revokes your Chinese citizenship. I already knew that. Well, some individuals adopted from China have compulsory blah blah blah. China's law states that Chinese national who obtains foreign citizenship loses their Chinese nationality. Oh, it doesn't look like China's a big fan of dual citizenship. I'd probably have to denounce my US citizenship. Fuck! Can I just be nationless? But then I won't have rights anywhere. Fuck, man. God damn it. This convo has gone from Kit abusing me for being a passport bro to her saying she wants to be I don't want to be a passport bro, right? If I were a passport pro, that would mean I would want to move to China to find a husband in China. Which, first off, I'm originally from China, so I don't think that would make me a passport bro. Getting rid of birthright citizenship is a 14th Amendment challenge. Really won't work. Yeah. God damn it. In legal sense, you would be a passport bro? Guys, I'm single. I'm not a passport bro. I'm single. I'm bitchless. I'm not a passport bro. I'm not looking for love in a country abroad. Don't call me a passport bro. That's foul. You're not bitchless, we're your bitches. So true. So true. Now bark for me. Don't bark for me. Please don't. Oh my god, fuck you up. I don't want to go back to China for the birth parents. I don't give a fuck about the birth parents. I want to go back to China because I like the food there. I like the gacha there. I don't know. And I want to learn more about my own culture, you know? I'm very Americanized, I'm very whitewashed. I want to learn more about my own culture. I want to learn how to speak Mandarin. I want to learn more about the country that I was born in, you know? I have no intention of ever meeting my birth parents or ever even looking for them. But it's a whole other side to life that I never got to experience, right? I'm grateful for my adopted parents, more or less. You know, I don't get along with them too well, but they did adopt me, and I was, you know, I was given food, shelter, you know, all of that, right? So, I don't know what life would have been like in China, right? Because I was abandoned, right? But I never got to experience like growing up in China, learning Mandarin, you know. So it's like there is a part of me that like wants to experience like what life would be like in China, you know? I want to learn more about my own culture because I know nothing about it, really. Good night, Davian. Good night, good night. What is that heavenly picture? That's my bed. That's my bed filled with Eevee, Vulpix, and Zorua plushies. All the Fox Pokemon. And Fairno, welcome in. Sorry, I might have missed that. Well, I almost called you Sea Queen. I don't know why I almost called you Sea Queen. Maybe it's because you both have the same IRL name. And your usernames both start with an S. Sleepy Source Sea Queen. Anyways, Sleepy, I've been to China once. I was 12, so I don't remember too much about it. But my family took my sister and I on a trip to China for 2 weeks, all over China. So like, yeah, one of the I think one of my favorite parts about the trip to China when I was 12 was it was with a like we traveled with a group of other families who had adopted children from China, right? And it was a 2-week trip, and there was 3 days in the trip where they took us to stay with a local family. I can't remember where it was. I can't remember what city it was in, but we got to stay with a local family in China. And they cooked for us, they hosted us. It was really, really cool. I think I'm the only one in my family that enjoyed that part of it. Because, my parents and my sister are very picky with their food. I'll eat anything. But I really enjoyed that. That was cool. Like a homestay experience? Yeah. So that was really cool. I enjoyed it. I would love to go back. Sending lots of love. Thank you, Etheria. Thank you. Mandarin language school area. I could start there. Yeah. Guardian Rose Studio, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How's your New Year's going? It's going very well. Very, very well. Sleepy Sore, what do you recommend if I want to learn Mandarin? Because I've had some people tell me that for Mandarin, Duolingo is not it. So I don't know what to do. And then there's one thing of being able to speak it, and then another issue of being able to read and write it. Yoru, thank you for the follow. Welcome over to Twitch. Might be better off getting a tutor. Yo, I downloaded some apps. Right, while I was doom scrolling at Snoo's place. I downloaded something called Hello Talk, where it connects you with people from like other countries. But I don't know about. But it also like it's a free app, but like if you want the app to translate for you, you have to pay, and I'm not paying. From Duro, and then watch and listen to Chinese shows and listen to songs. Okay. So Happy New Year's, Goomy. Happy New Year's. Sleepy Soy, you said you know some Mandarin, right? I think you're used. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know more Canto than Mandarin, right? Or do you know both? Teach me. Teach me. I speak Canto, but I can speak a little bit of Mandarin and understand Pinyin. Ooh. Yo, what if I learn Mandarin? Will you also teach me Canto? Fabian, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I want to learn both, but the area of China that I was adopted from speaks Mandarin. Is your brain going to... Oh, is it hard to learn both at the same time? I moved here. Thank you, Yoru. Thank you. You know, both work, but I definitely, am more likely to read your message quicker on Twitch. There's many different types of Chinese, though. Yes, I heard that, like, depending on where you are in China, like Shanghai has a bit of a different dialect, and then Hong Kong has a bit of a different dialect, and even Canto has... Oh my god. Do you recommend only learning one at a time so I don't get them confused? One at a time? Okay, I'm gonna try to learn Mandarin first. And then if I get the hang of Mandarin, I'll start learning Canto. And Nobu. if you don't mind me prying, you're also Chinese, correct? I'm Chinese. Slay. Do you know Mandarin or Canto? You teach me. I need more Chinese friends. Honestly, you know what's crazy? Is, right, I mean, I've always lived in the very white areas in the US, so I've been like one of the only Asian kids at my school. I think growing up, I never had a Chinese friend. I never had a Chinese friend. I would always make friends with the Asian kids at my school, right? Because there would only be like 2 or 3 of us. None of them were ever Chinese. I had quite a few friends who were Korean, and I had a friend that was... Actually, I had one Chinese friend. I had one Chinese friend in middle school, and then she ditched me. She was the one that ditched me when she found out I was going to a different high school, where she was like, it's not worth being friends with you if you're not going to the same high school as me. So that went over really well. But all of my other friends were Japanese or Korean. Yeah. I only ever met one other Chinese student. Canto is mostly spoken in Hong Kong and Mandarin in China. Okay. I can hope the stream is going well. You have an amazing day. Thank you, Alex. So cool. Thank you. No, mostly food words? Okay. The little Mandarin that I remember from when I learned it in middle school, and I don't remember the pronunciations, right? Because there's like accents that you have to like, right? And I can't remember the accents on it, but cha is tea, and then I think ro is pork, if I remember correctly. And well, I love you too. I love you too. I remember that. Is tea in my language too? What language, Jordan? And I don't remember if I know any other Mandarin. It's been a long time. Lumber Lizard, thank you for the love. Kokoro. Hi Des, welcome in. Zero chance you know this language. What is it, if I may ask? I don't know anything other than English. I am not fluent in anything else. Happy New Year, Yoshi! And hi, Furia! Balochi. I've never heard of it. Where is that spoken? What country? Afghanistan and Pakistan. Oh, that's very cool. Alright. I really hope to one day, like, learn more languages. I think it's really cool to learn more languages, and one of these days, right, when I have a steady job and I have a steady income and stuff, I'd like to be able to travel the world and learn different languages and different cultures. Does anyone know what, no, I don't know how to pronounce that, no, how do I pronounce that? I'm so sorry. I have no idea what that is. Also, hi Grass, welcome in. Onobu. What if we learn how to speak Mandarin together, and then we go on a trip to China together? Slay. Kanto is technically a dying language outside of Hong Kong. Really? Tempting? Yeah. It would take years to learn Mandarin. It's one of the hardest languages in the world. I would know the language if I wasn't adopted. Or I might be dead. Who knows? One or the other. Yomi the Seal, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. I was gonna learn Japanese and hopefully get a US paying job in Japan for a few years. This trip sounds like a scam for group organ harvesting purposes. You know, I would love to harvest some organs. That would be very nice. Sir Iguana, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But I like the Durgan. I like the Durgan. I don't think I would. I'm not gonna harvest the Durgan's organs. I think he's safe. He's cool enough. You get to live. You want to harvest human organs? Yeah. You know, the one thing I regret from my vacation is not harvesting Snow's organs. Because you know what I found out when I was visiting Snow? Snow is O positive. Snow's a universal donor. His organs would be worth so much. Oh my god. You know, honestly, I need to get like a bigger house with a basement, or maybe like a storage room, an isolated storage room where I could like keep Snow alive but locked up, right? So that way I can just like continuously harvest his blood, right? A Cyrus Dan, long time no see. J Panther, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, honestly, like, I don't know why no one's ever thought about it before, but an unethical and very much so not legal way to have like an endless supply of money would be to kidnap a bunch of people who have an O positive blood type, and you keep them alive and just harvest their blood. right? That's like, it's like, because if you keep them alive, right, and you only harvest just enough blood, right, that like they're still alive, but you harvest enough blood to make money. In China, organ harvesting is popular. Really, really. China scammer mode activated. I've always been a scammer. It's in my blood. But yeah. So, that's my biggest regret from visiting Snow for my vacation, was not harvesting his organs and his blood. Missed out on some big bucks. And it's only popular because people either get kidnapped. That's fine. That's fine. Yo, as long as I'm making money. As long as I don't get caught. Wait, I gotta keep a small circle, you know? That way, like, because the bigger the circle gets, you know, the more loose ends there are. Guys, this is why I'm majoring in crime analysis. I'm actually majoring in crime analysis so that I know the ins and outs of law enforcement for when I start my blood and organ harvesting biz. You know? Getting caught is the only crime in this world? Exactly. If you don't get caught, there's no crime. Don't quote me on that. You get this from watching vampire shows or something to have human donors? No, I haven't been watching any vampire shows. No. But yeah. What? But do we have any volunteers? Would anyone like to get kidnapped by the fox? Surely if you volunteer to be kidnapped, it's not actually kidnapping, right? Your Honor, he came with me willingly. What's in it for me? I don't know, cute fox? Me. I volunteer as tribute. Deal? We have a willing participants. As long as I can keep my organs, can I harvest your blood? It's not gonna be enough to kill you, I promise you. Blood is fine? Yeah. You know how you get your blood drawn, like, for, like, medical stuff sometimes? Like, where it's only a vial or two? Yeah. Or you can donate blood? Yeah. What if you just donate blood? It's just a donation. Because it's a mine. Thank you, Boba. Thank you. It's legal in all senses that you're willingly donating your blood to me. I'm just not legally, I don't have the legal certifications for it. But that's okay. Take more plasma while you're at it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. How kind. sperm too? True. You know, anything that gives me money, I'll take. As long as it keeps you alive, you know? When you die, do I have permission to harvest your organs? If you die, like, of natural causes, can I harvest your organs? Is that okay? No? Why not? You're dead. You're dead. There's nothing stopping me once you're dead from harvesting your organs. Sounds fishy. If you're dead, if you're dead, you don't get a say in this. Okay. What if I came back? If you come back to life? I don't know. I guess I make sure that you're actually dead before I harvest your organs. Will you harvest me and pickle me in jars and keep me forever? Oh my god. Can I keep your heart in like a jar right next to my bedstand? That would be cute, yeah? Hang on. How many of you guys, be honest, for all of you that like agreed to me harvesting your organs and your blood, how many of you guys drink or smoke? I need you to not, no drinking, no smoking. It's gonna ruin your organs. It's gonna ruin the quality of them. I gotta get the best bang for my buck, okay? I don't? Perfect. Good, I'm very proud of you, Grass. Your organs are exactly what I'm looking for in this. We're taking our scamming business up to a whole new level. You'll help me, right? Right, Midnight? You know, being a vampire, I think you like would specialize in the whole blood thing. You're my most favorite scammer and my hero. I hope I can be like you when I grow up someday. Thanks, baby girl. Your daddy appreciates it. Thanks, Malibu. Free drinks on the house. True. I adore you so much. Oh, thank you, Malibu. I don't know why AP why AP doesn't like Daddy Kitsune. That's crazy. Not her type, I suppose. Daddy Kitsune. What do you mean, kitten? I'm not scary. Jordan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And Polion Army, welcome in. I love your name. I love Big Papa Cute. Love you too, baby girl. Sleepy Sir's gonna kill me. Daddy Kit is my sleep paralysis, dude. That's... I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't get caught at work. Someone's gonna be like, why are you laughing? Oh, it's Daddy Kitsune. No. Let's not get you caught. Just put you up in the lobby TV, is that okay? You do you. Victor? I can't read. Victor, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Laughing at work will make you look psycho. They're gonna think you lost it. They're gonna think that you just like lost your sanity while working. They're gonna think that the corporate life just broke you, basically. They're gonna be like, Lulaboo finally lost it. Sanity gone. Thank you for the care package. Thank you, Dark Eye. Another bite of pizza. Fuck It's getting hungry. The pizza I ordered on last night's stream, this is probably one of my favorites so far. Stuffed crust is always a good choice. Girl, I got you. Cyber, hi, welcome. Alright, chat, you wanna know something? You wanna know why I'm bitchless, right? Because I feel like I could, I feel like if I wanted to not be bitchless, I could not be bitchless. Part of it, I don't leave the house, right? One of my friends tried getting me to download a dating app once, right? So I did, right? And I'm not a big fan of dating apps, right? Because I feel like so many people just like it's purely based off looks, right? In which like looks is great, but like someone could look really very handsome or very pretty, but they could be an absolute bitch, right? And you don't know it, right? But I feel like people scroll dating apps and like, I mean, you can put your hobbies on there, but from what I've seen, not many people like really look at your hobbies too much. Like you're swiping based off of looks, and then if their hobbies match up with yours, it's a plus, right? Which I think is just weird, because I think having similar hobbies and getting along and having a good personality matters so much more than looks. Right? But my friend, right? I made the profile. This was like a year or two ago, right? I made the profile, and I just gave my phone to my friend. My friend was swiping for me, right? So she was swiping, and she finds this Asian guy, and he's a gym bro, right? And I mean, he's like relatively good looking, right? And she's the one messaging him for me. And she's the one messaging for me on the app, right? She's like, I'll do the work. I'll set the date up for you, right? You just have to go on the date. You know what this guy says? His first question when she started the conversation, right, was, why are the photos only your face? Right? Because I only had selfies on there, right? Mind you, I don't take photos of myself, right? I have absolutely no photos of myself on my phone, right? We had to do some very quick selfies for me to post photos on the dating app, right? Most of it was my cats, and there were like 2 selfies and like 3 photos of my cats, right? And the guy goes, why is it only your face on there? Which I thought was a really weird first question, right? And she goes, oh, you know, because I just stay at home, like, I don't go out much, blah, blah, blah. And his second message, response to that, is it because you're fat? And I immediately went, nah, unmatch me from that guy. Unmatch me from that guy. I'm not fat. I'm not fat. First off, I'm not fat. Second off, I was like, what a, yeah, what a jerk. Like, he seemed very shallow right off the bat. And my friend was like, oh, but he's really cute. And I was like, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. If that's like his first question on a dating app, that's a red flag. This guy's a dude. Can confirm she isn't fat. You can tell off the thigh pics. I think you guys saw like my shadow, like while I was going to get pizza the other night when I did the IRL skateboarding stream, right? I'm not fat. I'm a very skinny Asian woman. But his first question, because it was only my face in those two photos, and after that, yeah, I have thigh pics on Nobu. It's on the Patreon. There's one free thigh pic picture on my Twitter if you scroll enough. But yeah, if you're gonna be a douche, the first message on a dating app, like, it's actually insane. I was like, so I don't do dating apps, but my friend was like, well, let's keep scrolling. I was like, nah, I'm not into this dating app shit. I'm not into the dating app shit. But seriously, like, how is that your first question on a dating app to a woman? Because I think my friend's first question to him on the dating app was, oh my god, how have you not been picked up yet? Because she thought he was really, really hot, right? He was a relatively good-looking gym bro. But I was like, his first message, I was like, well, there's your answer. Like, that's why he hasn't been picked up yet, because he's a fucking douche. Most dating apps seem to be for hookups nowadays, too. Really? I don't use dating apps. That's insane. I think I'm just gonna be forever single. Says, oh, Ninja Fox. That's how I Ninja Fox, you know? Fox small, Fox skinny, Fox fit into tight spaces, Fox sneak through the shadows, Fox speed. Yeah. If I'm Fat Fox, how I become ninja? Does your friend not think any further than past people's faces? I think so. I don't know, she was pretty shallow herself, so... I don't talk to her anymore. Looks don't count for shit if your attitude stinks. I met plenty of pretty girls with bad attitudes, and it's just a turn on. I agree. Looks only get you so far. If you're an asshole, people aren't going to want to. If you're, yeah, no. Like, pretty privilege, I think very much so is a thing, but I think pretty privilege can also only get you so far. If you're nice to people too, you have to be pretty and nice, right? You can't be pretty and a bitch, or pretty or handsome and a douche. Like, and it doesn't work like that. Hi, Silver Lining, good to see you. See, I just kind of go about my own business. I don't talk to many people IRL. I'm not going to be rude to anyone, but if I don't like someone, like, you're never gonna talk to me. You're never going to see me. I will never put myself in a situation where I have to talk to you if I dislike you, right? Right? I don't think you ever have to be friends with everyone. I think if you're friends with everyone, you're being fake. You're fake to some extent. No one is ever going to get along with every single person that they meet, right? But I think it's easy enough to be cordial, right? Where you don't have to be at each other's throats, right? But like, right, there are some people I'm friends with online, and I don't get along with their friends. I don't like their friends, right? So if I'm in a public voice chat and my friend's in there, and their friend joins, and I don't like their friend that joins, I just find a way to politely excuse myself from the voice chat, right? Right? Someone comes into the voice chat that I don't like. I just, give it a few minutes. You don't do it immediately, right? Because then it's very obvious that I'm avoiding that person. But they come in, I sit there for like 5 minutes, right? And then 5-10 minutes, and I go, oh, I'm so sorry, I've got university work to do, I've got chores to do, I've got something to do, right? And you just politely excuse yourself and leave, right? And that way, I don't have to be in a voice chat or hang out with someone that I don't like, but I'm also not being rude to them, right? Silver lining, thank you for your Kitsune tags. It's been a minute, it's good to see you. That way things don't get ugly, yeah. And like, if it happens a lot where like every time they join and I leave and I say it's chores, they might start to notice that, like, hey, Kitsune leaves every time I get here, but that way I'm never around, right? I'm never around to deal with it. I don't care if they, right? If they realize that I'm avoiding them, that's fine, right? But at the very least, like, I have the common courtesy not to be rude to you. More kisses. I can't tell how often you say right. I think that's like my go-to when I'm talking to people. I do that a lot too when I'm explaining things to people. You pause, you go, right? Right? So it gives you a chance to tell me if you're understanding things. I would do that in school a lot, right? I was always the A+ student in school, right? So sometimes like in school the teachers would be like, hey, can you help this person, right? Or a classmate would even come up to me and be like, can you help me, I don't understand this. And I would always walk them through it and be like, all right, so this is how it's like, right? And so that gives them the time to be like, hold on, I don't understand. Or if they do understand, they just go, right? But yeah, it was funny because one of my classmates, when I was teaching them how to do a math problem, right, I paused and I went, right? And they were like, I feel like you speak to me like I'm a little kid. And I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't mean to do that. And they were like, no, it's okay, like, I'm understanding it now. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's good. Napoleon, thank you for the hydrate. Before we start hooking up with local pretty people, I feel like, look, I've never hooked up with anyone, but from what I gather, honestly, I feel like hookups are just used as an ego booster. I feel like it's just used as an ego booster, right? It's like, oh well, people think I'm hot enough to hook up with, right? Cause one of my mutuals in university definitely she used it as a ego booster. And would always be like, I don't know, would be like, oh, people want me, right? I'm like, okay, why don't you just date then? Why continuously hook up? And she was just like, I don't know, like, I'm not sure if I want a relationship right now. And hookups, like, for her were just like a, you know. So I think part of it might be ego, and like an ego boost. To like convince yourself, oh, I'm pretty enough. I could pull, right? Oh wow, fucking no. These guys, welcome in. Thank you for the Kitsune talks and Napoleon. Thank you for the Kitsune talks. I don't know. I think, like, surprisingly enough, I know I can make, like, sus jokes on stream pretty often, but, like, IRL, you meet me, and I wouldn't say I'm, like, really uncomfortable with it, but I also wouldn't say I'm comfortable with it, right? Like, I think I feel like talking about sex and like intimate things IRL is weird. I don't know. I'm like, it's a very private, intimate thing to be like openly discussing IRL, even between friends. Right? So when people like ask me about that stuff, I like cause actually recently, right, someone like I just sold one of my childhood Pokemon cards, right? And the shop owner, like, I talk to every now and then, right? And he was asking me about my vacation, the friend I visited, right? And he was like, so he fed you and like paid for that vacation, and he like didn't expect anything out of it? And I was like, no, we didn't do anything. Like, he's just a friend, right? But when he asked me about like, he was like, and he didn't like want to sleep with you or something, like, I guess I got shifty because the shop owner was like, see, you looked away when I asked you about that. And I was like, did I? I didn't realize it, right? But it wasn't because I was lying to him, right? Because he thought I was lying to him, I think. I don't know. But it's just because, like, I feel like that's a very intimate thing to ask someone, no? I don't know. I think online I can be a degen because I'm talking to chat. I don't see your guys' faces, right? So I can be a degen online, and I can make jokes online. But in person, it's like I don't know. It's a little weird to like just talk to friends about like intimate, private, like stuff. I don't know. I get flustered. I get flustered too. Even if I'm not the one, like, if a friend, like, starts talking to me about, like, private, like, intimate moments that they had with their boyfriend or something, like, I get flustered. I'm like, why are you telling me this? What am I supposed to do with this information? Why are you telling me it? But so many female friends or mutuals that I've had will openly talk about their sex lives with each other. And I'm like, why? Why are you telling me this? Why am I hearing this? My virgin ears, please. Oh my god. I don't get. Oh, I don't know. I get flustered. Shit. Bandit, welcome in. Thank you for the Kitsune tags. It's been a while. Good to see you. And Pyro Dancy, thank you for the Kitsune tags. My coworkers make fun of me for being a virgin. Yo, I think it's fine. Nate, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, I appreciate it. Holy discount, 35%, that's a huge steal. Thank you so much, I appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you. I scrolled far enough for the thigh pics on Twitter. Slay, I hope you enjoy. But yeah, no, I think... I don't know what I was talking about. Let's see. Also, welcome in Stock. I apologize. I believe that's Russian. I do not understand Russian, but I will Google Translate. Hi, have a great stream and a good mood. This is Pokimane, right? There's no shot. Guys, I'm not that much of a degen. Please. Never in my life have I been called Pokimane. That hurts a bit. Hello again, I just had dinner. Hi. You have big eyes. Isn't that a good thing? Good thing, bad thing? Sal, welcome in. And Trollin, hello. Probably a slight mistranslation for the Pokemon in the corner. No, I'm pretty sure it said Pokimane. I'm pretty sure Google Translate would not translate Pokemon into Pokimane. you doing, Fox? I am doing well. How are you? Pokemon is a big... Oh, thank you. I don't talk shit about other streamers in here though. Hi, welcome in. Diabetes, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Could I get a shout out? Hello. Hi, how are you? Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. How was your stream? Dia, welcome in, Dia. Hello. Snow Leopard, welcome. Lovely to see you. Hi, I hope you had a wonderful, wonderful stream. Happy New Year, by the way. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is KitsuneNoKokoro. I am a Ninja Fox, and I stream ASMR. Lovely to have you here. If you need to raid and run, feel free. If there's anything you need to take care of after stream, if you'd like to stick around, that's also lovely. And if you have any ASMR request, I would be happy to take one for free for you. Welcome in. I think someone's rubbing their bike across the street. Not here, not for me. For you, maybe? I know you can't hear the stream noises from my apartment though. Any scam today? Many scams, much scams. Happy New Year, I hope you have a great stream. Thank you. Good evening, Chevy. Good to see you. Folks, I took a single lesson of Russian on Duolingo. They definitely meant Pokemon. Thank you, Empoleon. Thank you. Don't fall for it who wants to harvest your organs or your blood. That was like a... That was supposed to be a secret. Grass. You can't be spilling my secrets. Thank you for the whole train, everyone. Thank you. Well, before I forget, everyone, if you are from my stream and you did not come from the raid, please check out Dia's stream. She's a lovely, lovely ASMR VTuber. So feel free to check out her channel and support other streamers. You know how to mommy voice? I don't know if I could get much more mommy than I normally talk, right? Because good night, Dia. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you. Get some rest. I think for ASMR, I naturally speak a bit smoother than I normally do. I speak a bit smoother and quieter for ASMR. Regularly, I think I just talk like this. You know? It's slightly less smooth, and it's, I really don't know how to classify it, right? ASMR, I speak a bit more smooth and quieter. The regular voice is just, you know, right? But mommy is normally, like, deep, but I really don't think I can get, like, much deeper without going into my daddy voice, or without, straining my vocal cords, you know? Because I can do a daddy voice for you. What's up, kitten? How is it? How's it going? I don't know. Right. That's my best. That's my best daddy voice. But yeah. So I'm not really sure. Welcome back, Jarek. Lovely to have you here. But yeah. Why do I have a Discord notif? Okay, mark that as victory. So, I do apologize. I don't think I could get much more mommy for you. Of course, I could always. No, like, I'm not doing it. I was gonna be like, I could always go into the ooh, but I'm not doing that. Can you feed us? I wish I could feed you. I wish. I'm making minimum wage. I'm making minimum wage. Twitch is my only income, and I make as much as I would working a minimum wage job. A part-time minimum wage job if I were to quit streaming. I fear I don't have the money to feed you. Maybe one day. Look, if one day I become Pokimane level rich, I will feed you. Please, Chatty. Please what? Please for what? Noctra Moon, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. You hear Mama Bird? Oh, you want me to chew up the food and spit it out for you? Ooh, I'm not doing an ooh voice. I feel like I would wake people up with that. I find ooh, I don't want to be obnoxious. What happened to all of the stolen money? Sadly it went into paying bills and feeding the cats and myself. Boops? Boops or bloops? Bloops? I'm assuming. Water gloops? Thank you, Amatrasu. Thank you, thank you. Gabriel, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Lovely to have you here. Reggie, hi, Happy New Year. That's a lot of Eevee. Do you like my collection? It's still growing. I'll be right back. No worries. Hi, Broski. Hope you've been well. I have been. I just got back from vacation. I've had a very, very lovely vacation. I start university in 12 days. And I almost have my master's degree. It's the last class until I have my master's degree. Good vampire? Yes, of course, Midnight. It almost rivals mine. Do you have a Pokemon collection or just a plushie collection? You send me a photo of it? I would love to see your plushie collection. Okay. What? We'll do a 4-hour stream tonight. So I'll go till midnight my time. Also, midnight. You're such a good vampire. Yes, you are. You're such a good vampire. You're my good vampire. My midnight is in 2 hours? So you're West Coast. Cali, Oregon, or Washington, I'm assuming? Midnight for you, so you're Central. I don't know what other states are Central other than Texas. I know there's more than just Texas, but I don't know what other states. I know Texas. You know what they say about assume, right? Are you gonna do that dad thing? My dad always says this. You know what they say about assuming, right? Makes an ass of you and me. Yeah. That's such a dad thing to say, Chevy. My mom always said that. Yeah. I'm no father, I'll tell you that much. Really? No kids? I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how people are having kids in this economy. Because I'm telling you, if I had a kid right now, the kid and I would starve. I'm barely able to feed myself and my 2 cats. Like, if I had a kid, they'd starve. They'd starve. I don't know how people are having kids in this economy. Unless their parents are helping them pay for, like, the child. Like, how are you having kids in this economy? Hi, Billy. Welcome in. Life finds ways how people have kids. Look, I have no doubt in my mind that I could go and get pregnant right now. That's not the issue. The issue is once I birth this child, how am I going to feed them? Right? I can barely feed myself. How am I going to afford to pay for a child? I could go out to a Walmart or a Target and steal baby food? I suppose. But, like, would I run the risk of getting caught and getting, like, the police called on me? Yes, I would. Right? Because I think that's the only way I'd be able to feed a child, is stealing baby food from a Walmart or a Target. And Walmart and Target, like, they're supposed to be very, very, like, good at tracking people with those things. I've heard that Walmart and Target, their security is pretty good, and they'll let you shoplift. They will let you shoplift until you rack up enough for it to become a crime, right? I think in most states it's like $700, $800 until it's a felony. And I've heard that Walmart and Target is very, very good at tracking that, right? And they wait until you steal $700 so that they can charge you with a felony. And with how expensive baby food is, oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know how. I don't know how people are affording children in this economy. Because not only that, not only do you have to feed and clothe them. Hi, Puffy Rolls. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Not only do you have to feed and clothe them, the hospital bill is outrageous. Is outrageous. Do you just know the price off the top? I'm a criminal justice major. I've been studying policing for the past 4 years. Tommy Oliver, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. It's not because I shoplift. That is not the reason I know the price off the top of my head. It's because I've been studying criminal justice for the past 4 years. But the hospital bill is outrageous. Feeding them is outrageous. Clothing them. Sending them to school. Maybe I was stupid. Maybe I was stupid as a kid. Maybe I was like really, really ignorant as a kid. But I genuinely thought the schooling was free. It's not free. I thought, like, I know private schools cost money, but I thought kindergarten, elementary school was free, and the only thing that my parents paid for was like school lunches. Apparently school lunches are now free. Apparently they're now free. Back when I was in school, if you forgot to bring your lunch and you didn't have money on the card, you'd starve. They would be like, sorry, no lunch for you today. Apparently school lunches are now free. But they didn't get any better. They also didn't get any, like, school lunches are school lunches. But I thought high school, elementary school, middle school, kindergarten, I thought it was free. Minus lunches. It's not. Because you were chosen to be the next leader of your Power Rangers team? Yo, I have a Power Rangers team? Who else is on my Power Rangers team? Also, welcome in, Tommy Oliver. But yeah, God. Life's expensive nowadays. Rent's expensive. Everything's expensive. Unless you inherit money. It keeps shaking. What keeps shaking? Unless you inherit, like, a very, very wealthy fortune. Like, I don't know how you... I don't know how people pay rent. rent, living alone, like, I'd have to be working full-time 40 hours a week to be able to pay rent. When I was working 80 hours a week, right, I was making like 1,500 every 2 weeks, right? And my monthly rent is 1,300. So a whole paycheck would go to just rent. With how bad our economy is, the bullshit women go through during pregnancy/birth, I would never force a woman to have my kid. Have you seen hospital bills? Have you seen, like, people posting their hospital bills after giving birth? In the US? They're getting charged like a $20,000 fucking hospital bill after giving birth with insurance. 20,000 with insurance? Like, that's insane. That's insane. That's diabolical work. Even, I think even 8,000, like, after giving birth is too much, with insurance. Like, who's having kids at this point? Like, oh my god. Pokemon, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello. At that point, you might as well just give birth at home. Like, oh fuck. God. 8,000 down. 20,000 just for having your kid in the hospital. How is you? I'm doing well. How are you? Hi, kitty. Wow, your eyes are big. What big eyes you have. I love the little that he makes every time he jumps up or down. I think in China is strongly encouraged to have children at the moment. Currently, I believe so, but I believe it is because China is still struggling with births after their one-child policy, right? Because, right, most families kept their son, right? Because the son in China is the one who takes care of the family when the parents get old. So everyone got rid of their daughters. So they have, like, Chinese men of my generation are having trouble finding a partner because of that. Yeah. That's why so many Chinese adoptees, I don't know. I genuinely don't think I've ever met a a male Chinese adoptee in person. Are you adopted, Stormy? I've never met you in person, right? I genuinely don't know if I've ever met a male Chinese adoptee. They have always been girls. No, I'm kept. Oh, okay. Okay, Stormy. Good for you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad you were kept. That felt personal. That felt really. That felt really, really personal, Stormy. Thank you. Oh my god. I know half Asian was adopted, but he's from the Philippines. But yeah, I genuinely don't think I've ever met a male Chinese adoptee. They've always been girls. I know, I know a lot of female, like, women Chinese adoptees, because when I was adopted, my mom got together on Facebook with a bunch of other families who had adopted girls from China. And every few months we would have little meetups when we were little, with these other girls from China who were adopted that lived in my state, right? So I know quite a few of them. I don't really talk to any of them anymore. I probably could reach out. We kind of all grew apart once we got older. But yeah, not a single male, not a single guy. How much of your hair has grown back so far? I'd say like 2 inches already. It's already noticeably longer. I no longer have a fuck-ass bob. So, you're so right. Honestly, I gotta screenshot that. I gotta screenshot Stormy saying, no, I'm kept. Thanks, Stormy. That one felt really personal. I'm sending this to Sleepy Sore. I'm sending it to Sleepy Sore. You're fine, don't worry, Stormy. I think it was kind of funny how you phrased it. You could have just been like, no, I'm not adopted, but no, I'm kept. Okay. Good for you. That's my pizza, kitty. I'm special, but not that special. That's crazy. Oh my god. It's actually fucking wild. Dropping in, how's the stream? Hello, Lord Toaster King Bath Bombs. What a long username. What an interesting username. Hi. Lovely to have you here. Honestly, that's a wild way to phrase it, Stormy. Stormy, have I told you the exact, like, details of my adoption? I know I've told stream like once or twice, right? Have I told you how I ended up in the orphanage? That is my pizza. Get your face out of it, kitty. I have not been active enough to be here. Alright. It's a really sad thing, so IDK trigger warning, I guess. I don't know. I was quite literally abandoned. My birth parents, I don't know who they are, but I was left in an alley near like a dumpster, basically. And my adoption papers from the orphanage state that I was found with my umbilical cord still attached and a bump on my forehead. So thank God I was found, because I'm still alive. But yeah, I was basically left to die. So yeah. Well, that's a pretty heavy introduction to the chat. Oh, I'm so sorry. Welcome in, lovely to have you here. So yeah. I've never taken a DNA test. I have no intention of finding out my birth parents due to, the situation where I was left. I have one sister. She is not my biological sister. She is also adopted from China. Right, and my sister was left on the doorsteps of the orphanage, right? She's from a completely separate part of China, though. But yeah, not me. I was abandoned. Doing better than a kept male? But phrasing it as a kept male is insane. Do you forgive those who abandoned you? I wouldn't say I forgive them. I also wouldn't say I hold a grudge. I don't know them. I don't know my birth parents, and I have some people, right, will try to find their birth parents, right? There are so many stories of Chinese adoptees finding their birth parents, right? But there's no guarantee that they want to be found in the first place. But for my situation, because I was abandoned and I was left to die, I have no intention of finding them or even looking for them. Right? So I don't forgive them, but I also don't. It's hard to hate someone you don't know, you know? I have no clue who they are. I have no clue what their situation was like. So, I don't know. It is what it is. Just living your life? Exactly. I live my best fox life. Why waste your time being angry and hateful to people you don't even know? Exactly. Mau, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. What a shame, bro. Hope you live your life with dignity and happiness. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, I'm as happy as I can be for a broke university student. You know? Reggie, thank you for the care package. Gonna get ready for bed. Thank you for stream tonight, Kitsune. Good night to you in chat. Good night, Chevy. Take care. Have a wonderful night. Get some rest. Lord Toaster King Backbone, thank you so much for the Kitsune tags, for your first ever Kitsune tag. I don't know. It's also, I think it's really interesting. It's been interesting growing up, right? My parents are white. Middle class white family, right? I honestly don't even know, like, we're obviously, they're not, like, upper class, but, like, calling them middle class kind of also feels wrong. Like, they're pretty well off white family. They're not millionaires by any means, but, like, you know, they're also making very well above minimum, like, above the average American household like, right? Eevee, yeah, my favorite Pokemon. But it's upper middle, yeah, something like that. But it's so interesting growing up, right? Because all of the schools I've gone to, all of the neighborhoods I've lived in, have been predominantly white, with little to no diversity, right? And it's so interesting growing up, just throughout the years, because I got bullied for being the only Asian kid in my school. Pretty much until middle school. Middle school was the first time where there was another Asian kid in my grade. Right? And I think middle school is when it finally, right? 'Cause, like, I think especially recently, like, Asian culture has been very romanticized on social media, right? Where people are posting about how wonderful and how clean Japan is, and then anime has become a bit more mainstream. Where there are people who do very much enjoy anime. And I mean, obviously, like, sometimes, like, you'll still get called, like, a nerd for liking anime, but a lot more people like and know of anime now, right? Whereas back in elementary school, people teased me, people bullied me for being Asian, right? You grew up in elementary school and you got the Chinese-Japanese eyes, right? Where people would come up to you and do that, right? Versus now, it's like, now Asian culture and Asian food and everything has become a lot more mainstream. And it's become so romanticized now that people are like, oh my god, like, you know, in high school I had some girl come up to me, was like, I'm so jealous that you're Asian, oh my god, you're so pretty, I wish I was Asian. And I was shocked the first time that happened, because my whole life I'd been bullied for it, right? But now it's like, boba is so mainstream now. Everyone's like, oh my god, let's go get boba. Oh my god, anime? What anime do you watch? Oh my god, have you been to Japan? Like, I've heard, like, the streets are so clean and it's such a beautiful, like, place to live and, like, blah blah blah. And it's so interesting how it went from, and even food, right? Cause Din Tai Fung, and it has become pretty mainstream now, right? It's a dim sum, an Americanized dim sum place for sure, but it's dim sum, right? And it's become very popular and gotten really popular on social media and stuff. Whereas, like, if I took pot stickers to school as a kid, I got bullied because it's like, ew, your food stinks. What is that? What is that? It looks so ugly. What do you mean? It's just meat wrapped in dumpling like paper, right? It's just meat wrapped in a noodle, basically. Like, but I got bullied as a kid for bringing this to school because people would be like, "Oh, it looks so weird. It's like it smells." And now it's like people are like, "Oh my god, like wow." So growing up is definitely interesting. Just saw your Instagram. Oh my god. Yoru, I don't even post on Insta. Yeah, I have one post on Instagram. Sorry to hear you went through that. No, it's fine. I mean, that's my life. Like, it is what it is. But it's just interesting to see the way the American public has changed in the past few years. Why? I'm not big on social media. I really am not. I've never been one to have Instagram. I don't even have a personal Instagram. I only have the Instagram for my channel. But the only reason I have Twitter is because, apparently Twitter is very popular with the VTubers. So that's the only reason I have Twitter. But I've never really liked social media, right? I find it very shallow, right? You only post the good in your life, right? You only want other people to see how amazing your life is, how wonderful your life is. But people don't post the bad on social media, right? So you scroll through it and you see how wonderful other people's lives are, but you don't see the other side of it. So you scroll through and you think, oh wow, everyone has a better life than I do. Everyone's so much happier than I am. But that's not true, right? Everyone goes through things, but you only ever see the good, right? And other than that, it's like a validation thing, right? Like, how many likes am I getting? How many people are following me? Like, oh, I'm following this person who I thought was my friend, but they're not following me back. Maybe they're not my friend, right? I feel like social media just breeds so much insecurity, right? And I know for a fact that I don't have the mental to deal with that, right? I don't have the mental to constantly worry about how many likes I'm getting, about how many people are following me, about whether or not someone is following me back. So I choose, other than my VTuber persona, I choose to stay off social media. I don't have a Snapchat. I don't have an Instagram. I don't have a Facebook. I only downloaded the stuff for my VTuber persona. And I try not to look at my view count. I don't have my live view count pulled up right now, right? I have my chats pulled up so I can read chat. I have notifications pulled up for follows on Twitch, so I can welcome someone in when they follow. But I don't have my live view count pulled up because I hate the numbers. I hate the numbers because as much as you try not to, I feel like we base our self-worth too much off of the numbers and the metrics, and things fluctuate all the time, right? So I try not to let that get in my head. So yeah. Plus, like, people will argue, like, oh, but, like, social media is a great way of keeping up with your friends. If you care enough to keep up with me, you can text me. I'll give you my number, right? If I'm friends with someone, and you care enough about keeping in contact, you'll have my phone number, and I'll have your phone number. But otherwise, right? Everyone has a phone number, right? So that's just my thing. Hi Ash, welcome in. Good to see you. Yano, welcome in, an angel cereal. Thank you for your kitsune tags. I only go to social media for art stuff. Yes, art stuff is wonderful. Art stuff is wonderful. What did Jack say? Jack. I think because Pax Americana or American Dream turned out to be lame and people are turning to other trans/cultures. The US Asian culture, maybe now? Maybe? Possibly? I'm not sure. More like American culture is pretty bland, hasn't made anything substantial in the past 60 years. American culture is doing what it typically does and trying to copy what is like in other cultures. Who knows? Akun, welcome in. Lovely to see you. Oh, yeah. No, social media is not great for the mental health. So while I'm on social media, while I'm on Twitch and Twitter for live streaming purposes, I try not to worry too much about the metrics. I try to ignore it as much as possible. Right? I'm terrible at keeping in contact with people. I experience burnout from work, social battery drain, so bad for me. It's a lot easier than starting a series of calls. Yeah. Me too. I don't have a very big social battery. I'm also chronically terrible at texting. I'll read the text, but I'm terrible at responding. I hate texting. I'm gonna be so honest. It's mostly because sometimes the texts are very shallow and it's like, and not in a bad way, right? But it's very much small talk. I don't like small talk through texts, right? How's your day going? Good, that's great. Amazing, right? Like, it's also just like more time, it's more convenient to have a conversation, right? If I can get on a phone call and it's not going to be, and it's going to be longer than 10 minutes, I will try to get on a phone call with you instead of texting, because I can convey so much more through speaking than I can through texting, right? For me to speak to you guys and tell you all of this, right? It's only taking a matter of a few seconds for these words to come out of my mouth, versus typing that takes a lot longer, right? So as long as it's not a terribly short conversation, right? I definitely prefer phone calls or talking face to face. Typing's such a pain. Sometimes when I'm having a conversation with a friend and it's been going back and forth for 10 minutes, I'll just type to my friend, hey, you want to call me? Do you have time to call? Right? Because like, we could be having this conversation over the phone rather than texting back and forth. You're very smart, no. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. How big is your ring finger? I'm a size 8. I'm a size 8 for my ring finger. I know that off the top of my head because I just because I measured it recently. I do like texting sometimes because if I forgot what you said, I can just reread it. That's the one good thing about text messages. Yeah, if you forget something, it is a visual reminder. I recently measured my ring finger. I am a size 8. I measured it because Buddy bought me a ring. You got married? No, I am. I am very single. I am very bitchless. I love random calling friends even as an introvert. Lets me kind of wait till I find the energy to talk. Yes, yes. I have a lot more energy to be social on the phone too than I do in person, right? As an introvert, I think it takes a lot less out of me, right? Because face to face, you're worried about you're constantly trying to read body language and facial expressions, and there's this whole other dynamic to socialization. Whereas on the phone, you don't have to worry about body language. You don't have to worry about facial expressions. You just have to worry about the tone. Really, the tone is the biggest thing. And it is semi-harder, right? Sometimes it's slightly harder on the phone, but it's also a lot less energy, right? Because sometimes it's hard to know, to recall whether someone, like, if someone's being sarcastic or something, like that you have to figure it out, right? You don't have the body language or the facial expressions to help you figure it out. But it is a lot less exhausting socializing on call rather than in person. Sage, welcome in. Thank you for the Kitsune tags. Thank you. Welcome in. Lovely to see you again. Happy New Year. Midnight, thank you for the care package. Delicious. You like the toppings, Billy? Gonna boogie on out of here. Have a good night. Good night, Lord Toaster. It was wonderful, wonderful having you here. Lovely to meet you. Take care. Thank you for the lyrical entry. Good to meet you as well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I'm on a tax evasion streak. Pay your taxes, Saunders Ghost. Saunders, what? Ghost. What do I call you? Do you want Saunders or do you want Ghost? I'm assuming it's Ghost. Ghost, what if I told you I starve if you don't pay taxes? Will you pay it then? Just looked at YouTube chat. Wild as hell. Yeah, I know. What really got me was the 2 melons and then the cat looking at them. That chat, I was like, oh my god. always touch grass, but never house grass. Oh, 7. How's the fox doing? I'm doing wonderful, Ash. I just got back from vacation. So, we're chilling. I gotta learn how to drive. I gotta get my permit soon. I'm on my last semester of my master's degree. We're living life. And then after that, I've got some big responsibilities coming my way. Adulting, you know. Gotta look for a job, gotta pay rent, I'm getting close-ish? What age do you fall off of your parents' insurance? It's like 25 in America, yeah? I mean, I'm sure that once I get a job, right, I'm going into crime analysis, right? Police, government jobs, like, for sure have insurance and all of that, and pretty good benefits, right? So I'm sure once I get a job, like, I'll have that taken care of. But I'm gonna have to worry about I'm gonna have to worry about that pretty soon. 26? Oh, it's 26. It's a bit later than I thought. I thought it was like 24, 25. Are you getting a master's grade in foxing? Yo, I got my PhD in foxing. But yeah. Ghosty go, whatever floats your phantom works with me. Sounds good, sounds good. Ghost works. Yeah. God. So many responsibilities to worry about coming up. Adulting, man. Honestly, I think university is a great in-between, right? I think university gives you enough independence where you're no longer a kid, right? I don't know. Vamp, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I think university is a great in-between, because you're no longer a kid anymore, right? And normally you're no longer at your parents' house, you're in a dorm, or you're in an apartment, right? Or you're far enough away from home, where you have the independence that you didn't have as a kid, right? And you're still on your parents' insurance, but you have that independence where you're not constantly around them, and you don't have someone looking over your shoulders 24/7. But you don't have as many adult responsibilities as you would when you're on your own, right? You don't have to worry about insurance. You may or may not have to worry about rent depending on your situation, right? But you have to start, you normally do have to start learning how to budget, how to save money. You're normally cooking your own food, buying your own groceries, doing whatever, right? But you don't have all the responsibilities of an adult quite yet. Quite. And then after university, you have to go find your job. And at some point, you gotta find your own insurance. And that's when you really have, like, all of these, like, full adult responsibilities. And starve, perhaps I'll consider paying my tax. You seem in good health to me, so I'm a bit skeptical. No, please, pay your taxes. Pay your taxes. Hi, AJ. Did Nate give you your son? Congratulations. What a kind friend. What a kind friend. Wow, do I remember the days we used to play Genshin Impact together? What happened? Hope you find a job that you like. I hope so too. I hope so too. The good news is, I'm really enjoying my studies. I'm really enjoying my studies. Although I always have been a bit of an academic, right? You know, sometimes learning is frustrating and annoying, and taking tests, writing papers is annoying. But I don't know if I'm weird for it or not, but I've always gotten a thrill of, well, sometimes it's like once it starts to click and you start to understand what you're learning and what you're studying, like, is so nice. Like, getting on a roll when everything starts to click feels really, really good, right? When that happens, sometimes I can sit at my computer for like 8 hours and just crank out like a shit ton of work because I'm understanding the topic and everything's starting to click, right? And that's really, really nice. But I think even better than when things start to click is when I get the grades back, right? When I get the grades back and I see that I did well and I see those 98, 100%, right? When I see those really high A's, and then on top of that, and maybe I'm a bit egotistical here, but when I see that I did better than my classmates, oh, the thrill I get when I see that I did the best in the class. But yeah. Earrubbing? I got you, Goofy. Am I weird for that? Is that... It gives me such an ego boost. It gives me such an ego boost when I get my grades back and I see that I did better than everyone in the class. I'm like, yeah, I'm just that smart. I'm just that amazing, like, the ego boost. I remember when one friend told me that he saw me locked in, walking into class for the final exam after I got 185 out of 200. Yeah, I feel like I'm him. Exactly, right? Like the confidence boost when you do well on something. The confidence boost when you do well. When you get a good grade. When you do better than other people. Maybe I'm egotistical. But yeah, it's such a confidence boost. It's such a mood booster. It's like, yes, like I am her. Josh, hi, welcome. Yeah. Fox has a very competitive side. I've always had a very competitive side. I like being good at things. I like winning, right? And academics is definitely something that I've always excelled in, right? Sports, like, more or less, right? The only thing with sports, oh my god, in elementary school, for field day, I remember we had a jump roping competition. I won that shit. I went all out. My body ached so much after that. But it was like, who could jump rope the most without tripping or without stopping, right? Oh my god. I think I got to like 480 something, and I won the jump roping competition, right? Because we got to like 400, and the other guy started slowing down, and I was like, I keep going, we keep going. Oh, redneck, welcome in. Right? So I was really good at jump rope back in elementary school, and then in middle school, I was the fastest on my soccer team. And I had a lot of stamina back in middle school, so they placed me in midfield. And again, I'm very competitive, right? I see the ball, it's my ball, right? Like, I turn into a dog, basically. I'm like, my ball, right? And it was really funny, because back in middle school, when I was playing soccer, the parents of the soccer team didn't know my name. So all I heard when I was chasing after the ball in middle school, when I was on the soccer team, go Sparky, go Sparky. And I remember being like, who's Sparky? And my dad goes, it's you're Sparky. And I'm like, what? But I was a midfielder. I was center mid, right? And I would just chase after the ball everywhere it went, right? Chase after the ball. It's my ball, right? I was like one of the best on my soccer team, right? It was probably me and the coach's daughter that was the best on our soccer team. And the coach's daughter was really good in the fact that she had great control of the ball, which is great, right? And she could kick really far. She could kick really far and really powerfully, right? So she was one of the best for that, and I was probably one of the best for if the enemy team, got the ball, like, I was the one to get it back. I was the one to get it back on our side, right? And yeah, so yeah. I hated soccer so much back in school. Used to get smashed in the face with the ball every year. See, I tanked it. There were so many times where I would tank a ball to the face. And the ref would be like, whoa! And I'd be like, I'm fine, keep going. Right? And I wear glasses, so I got smacked in the face. And I just wanted, keep going. I was also called Sparky. Let's go. Basketball, yeah. Take care, Jarek. Thank you for being here. Take care. Wonderful to meet you. So yeah, Fox is very competitive. I like being the best. I like winning. I like being the best. Yeah, there was one time, and I played a lot of soccer, right, in middle school. I was mostly center midfield, but there was one time where a goalie got injured, right, and wasn't able to play, and no one else wanted to be a goalie. And I was like, fuck it, I will, right? So the entire time our goalie was injured, I was the goalie. I was pretty darn good at that too. Alright. Well, we are at a 4-hour mark, so I should get some rest, but also I'm not that tired. Do we go to 5 hours? I'm not that tired. I can keep going. I'm having a nice stream. We could do a long stream. We can go 5. I used to do wrestling. Went almost undefeated in 8th grade. Only lost 1 match, and then I went on a winning streak. Slay! Nice, grass, nice. I'm still here, it's not that late. True. Alright, let's go for 5 hours then. I think this is the one thing for vacation that, like, I definitely missed. I miss streaming. I enjoy getting to yap and talk to you guys. Let's cut to the chase and call me a good boy already. Alright, Zula. If you can say please, I'll call you a good boy. But you gotta have manners. Hi, handsome peeps. Hi, kids. You cutie patootie. Hi, Valk. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. And Happy New Year's, by the way. Please. Oh, Zula. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. You're such a good boy. Very good manners, Zula. Good boy. That's my good boy. Craig Corpse, welcome in. Thank you for the text. Thank you for the Kitsune text. Lovely to have you here. Can't hate a player for playing the game. True. He used his manners. Hi, hello, Corpse, welcome in. Zula, thank you for the follow. Good girl in daddy voice? Alright, alright. Grass. Grass. You're so... Wait. I gotta deepen the voice. Hold up. Hold up. Grass, you're such a good girl for me. Good. I can't do it right now. I don't know why. Grass, bigger. Who's daddy's good girl? I can't do it right now. I don't know why. My daddy voice is not working right now. Are you a competitive dater? Some people are. It's natural. Top shelf material. I am not a competitive dater. I haven't dated. I am very bitchless, very single. Okay, I don't want to sound mean or rude, but wouldn't being a competitive dater make you a, like, I'm not trying to slut shame here, but wouldn't being a competitive dater make you like a slut, basically? Right? Because I feel like the point of dating is like having a partner, like having a boyfriend or girlfriend. So if you're a competitive dater, it means you're dating multiple people and you're not settling down. So wouldn't that kind of make you like, I'm not trying to slut shame, but like, no, yes, maybe? The competitive scammer? That indeed, AJ, is true. Sounds like a number chase? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I did not think about it like that. That's fine, don't worry, Haku. Look, I'm not one to like, slut shame other women, right? I think it is such a red flag if a guy is like, is super worried about numbers like that. If a guy is really worried about numbers for a woman, I think it's a bit of a red flag. I understand to a point. Corpse, thank you for the follow. I understand to a point that obviously you don't want your partner having like an insanely large body count, right? But also it's like right, some people I think some people it takes them more tries to find the person that they are looking for, right? Personally, I think I'm pretty I have pretty high standards, I think, right? I'm not going to instantly be like, oh my god, let's date, right? But I think some people fall in love a bit easier, and some people, it takes them a few tries to actually figure out what they're looking for in a relationship, right? So I think it's like, I don't think body count, to a certain extent, I don't think body count should really matter that much, right? If you're in a relationship and you're dating and you've dated like what you're, let's say a woman's 32 and they've dated like 15 guys. I don't think that's bad, right? Like, you're 32, you've probably gone through like quite a few relationships at that point, right? Some people start dating in high school. Some people have middle school relationships, which probably aren't much of a relationship other than like holding hands and stuff like that, but like, you know, right? I think it's normal to go through quite a, like, I know people whose relationships only last a few months at most, right? I think the only time body count matters is really if they have, if they have a history of cheating. I think that's an issue. I think that's an issue, right? And then hookups have become a bit more normal in today's society, and I think it's a bit weird. Right? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I see it is I think guys are a bit more praised for having higher body counts, right? I think the bros are more like, oh, like let's get it, like you're pulling those bitches, let's go, right? Whereas women, if you have a high body count, are more likely to be slut shamed, right? So I think there's a bit of a double standard in society with that. As everyone ages, you lack the audacity to find one's body count physically. Just in a relationship terms is a good point. Yeah. I recently turned 33. Well, happy birthday, Espion. Happy birthday, congratulations. If you're feeling old yet. But, I don't know, I personally am of the opinion that body count does not matter as long as you were both committed to the relationship and not going to cheat. Right? I don't give a fuck about body count as long as you are loyal. And as long as I don't get any STDs. Today's birthday? Happy birthday, Espion! Happy birthday! But yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, corpse. Thank you. But yeah, maybe I'm weird. Maybe I'm weird for that, maybe I'm not. Who knows? But that's Fox's opinion on the whole dating scheme. But what would I know? I'm bitchless. Happy birthday. Do you have any fun plans today, Espion? Any fun plans? Anything? I think I'll go to sleep. Good night. Good night, Yoru. Take care. No, not really. That's fair. Hey, do you have the day off for work? I think it's a Friday now. Do you have time off for work, or is it just a normal day? I don't make plans, just sleep in. That is fair enough. Corpse, thank you for the gifted sub to Espion. Thank you. Well, happy birthday, Espion. Gifted sub. It's a normal day, that's fair. Well, I hope it's a good normal day. I hope it is an enjoyable normal day. don't know. Okay, maybe this is me going off on a deep dive, but I think society is a bit weird, right? Because I feel like the older you get, the more often you always get asked, when are you gonna settle down? When are you gonna have kids? When are you getting married? Right? And I find it a bit odd, right? Because, I mean, I don't know, right? Because I think you can be perfectly happy without being married, without having kids, right? Right? Is it nice to have a partner and to have yes, it is. Like of course it would be nice to have, a person, right? Um but I think, like, you can also be perfectly happy and content without a partner and without being married and without having kids, especially because of how today's economy is, right? And how expensive childcare is. So, I don't know, I find it really weird that people, the older you get, people are always like, when are you settling down? When are you having kids? Like, I'm trying to live my life, right? I'm trying to get my life together before any of that happens. And then as a woman, right? I've told family members and friends before that currently I'm not interested in having kids, right? Ever since I was little, ever since I was a kid myself, I have always been like, I don't think I want kids, right? And as a woman, especially, the first response I always get from people is, especially older people, is, oh, that's gonna change when you grow up. That's gonna change when you grow up. I had a kid. I thought that when I was younger too, and I had a kid, and they're the best thing that's ever happened to my life. Look, good for you. Good for you. Good for you. I'm glad you had a kid and you changed your mind and they're the best thing that happened in your life. But I don't want a kid. Easy for them to say when they're closer to the grave than we are. Exactly. I'm like, okay. You're 50 years older than I am, man. Right? I've got time. I've got time to figure that out. But like, I've got a lot of time ahead of me, and kids are expensive. And as it is now, I do not have the funds to even think about having a kid. So it's not fun planning a future, especially after going through that sort of yeah, it's like, and I think bringing another life into this world is a lot of responsibility, right? Other than just physically taking care of someone else and the money it takes, right? Hi, Sushi, welcome in, Happy New Year. Other than just the money and all of that, it's the mental, right? You have to have the mental to deal with a child, right? You're going to be waking up so many times in the middle of the night to a crying baby, right? So you have to be prepared for that. You have to be prepared for the time, the intensity, the care. You have to have the money. And then, if you have a child, you probably want to be in a good headspace and have a good mental, right? Because if you're depressed, if you're, right, a lot of times you struggle, like with depression, you struggle to take care of yourself and your own needs. So on top of that, you're gonna have to take care of a kid, right? So you have to be aware of that, right? And is it really fair to have a kid and to bring a new life into this world when you're not in the headspace to do so? Is it really fair to pass down generational trauma to your child, right? Is it really fair? And then I think, like, you know how many times, like, I've seen kids grow up, little kids grow up, and then their parents have another child, and now this kid is basically taking care of their siblings because the parents don't take care of them, right? Is it fair to put that responsibility on a child, right? Yeah, so I'm like, having a kid is it's a lot of responsibility, right? And if you are not in the space to do that, if you're not in the financial and mental space to do that, you risk adding, you risk, you know, you risk adding trauma. You risk, I don't want to traumatize a child, right? Generational. So, I don't know. I think it's mostly, because I don't get that. I don't get the, oh, but like, you'll change your mind about having kids. I don't get that as much from millennials, right? I think it's mostly the older generation. I think it's mostly like 50, 60 plus year olds that, like, I get that the most from. You'll change your mind when you grow up. Having a kid was the best thing that happened. It was a different world 50 years ago. I'm 33 and I still don't want kids, so 07 to my family tree. Yeah, 07. And honestly, I think I've met quite a few, most of my friends that I have been like, I don't want kids, right? I think it's a bit more common for our generation to be like, I don't want kids. I'm not in the financial space to do so. I'm not in the mental space to do so. And I think it's fine. I'm 33. I would love to have a kid one day, but I'm not ready yet. I think that's completely fair. I think it's smart, honestly, to wait until you are ready to have a kid, right? Until you are both mentally, physically, and financially prepared for that responsibility. Eliza Banana, welcome in. Lovely to have you here. Thank you for being my follow. This world is just so fucked up for kids in my thought. Yeah. I don't know. It's a lot of responsibility. It's a whole life that you have in your hands, right? and ideally you want to be a good parent. Ideally you want to be a good parent, and to be a good parent, I don't think you have to be rich to be a good parent. There are plenty of parents who struggle to make ends meet, who work their hardest to provide for their children. But I think it definitely helps to have the money to be able to raise a kid. It's so expensive also. We've been talking about that, yeah. Right. I'm of the opinion that kids are awesome, but not everyone is meant to be a parent. Especially today, we don't have the kind of economic and social environments fully necessary to adequately raise kids with minimal effort. It's really important to be self-aware in order to know if you can be a good parent or not. Exactly, I think so too. Not everyone is, even at your most stable in life, I don't think everyone is meant to be a parent, right? And not everyone wants to be a parent, so I think it's... I don't know. I think it is very smart to be aware of where you stand before you have a child. And not just to be aware of where you stand, but to be aware of where your partner stands, right? Ideally, in a perfect world, you would raise a kid and they would have two parents, right? They would have two parents and they would grow up in a very loving and caring household that has enough money to provide for them, right? But that's in the perfect world, right? There are plenty of kids that grow up with one parent, with divorced parents, right? So, ideally you just want what's best for your child if you bring one into the world. My church is currently experiencing a surge in couples with kids, but the common theme is that they have an entire community behind them. Most places in the US nowadays don't have that. Yeah. Personally, I'm not very religious. My parents did raise my sister and I religiously. My parents are Jewish. It is Reformed Judaism, so we're very relaxed on the rules of Judaism, right? I haven't gone to synagogue since I was like 15, right? Because in the Jewish religion, you go to school, you study the Torah, and in the Jewish religion, you become an adult. The Jewish coming of age ceremony is at 13, right? So at 13, I had my bat mitzvah, and then I continued going until I was 15, because my sister is 2 years younger than I am, right? So my sister got bat mitzvah, and from 13 to 15, I helped teach the little kids, how to read Hebrew and all of that. But yeah, my family stopped going to synagogue once my sister and I basically hit our coming of age, right? But I do think it is a very good social, while I don't believe in religious practices, and I consider myself an atheist, I don't think religion is bad, right? I honestly think it is a very good social network, right? It's a very, very good social network. You have a community, and it can give someone a sense of belonging, right? So, it can be good. Is it for everyone? No. Do you have to raise a kid religiously? No. But, yeah. Yes, but it was really it was interesting growing up and talking to people outside my religious community, right? At regular school, right? Instead of Sunday school, right? Because Sunday school was the religious, and then going to regular school and being asked if I was religious or not, and I went, yeah, my family's Jewish, right? It's interesting how many people don't understand the difference between, like, religion and, like, ethnicity. Because you can be ethnically Jewish, but there's also religious Judaism too, right? And telling people I was Jewish, there were so many times I got, you're Jewish? But I thought you were Chinese. And I'm like, I am Chinese, but my family practices the Jewish religion, right? Because I have white parents, right? Or then I got, wait, but you're Chinese, why are you Jewish? Like, aren't Chinese, like, Buddhist? And I'm like, oh my god. Like, having to explain that to a kid as a child is something. Hi, Kitsune. Hello, KitsuneNoKokoro. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy New Year. I hope the start of your 2026 is going well. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Nine times. Thank you. Thank you for your Kitsune attacks, Ghosty. Awakening room? Oh, we haven't done that in a while. Being real here, I'm deeply religious, but I'm also fully aware that comes out of my own personal experiences. So I'm understanding that those who are agnostic, atheist, even if I disagree with their conclusions. Also, yeah, nowadays people often associate ethnicity and religion as being connected rather than being an individual choice. Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know. Right. I've never been one to, like, really... I don't judge based on religion. I understand why people are religious. I understand why people aren't religious. I stay in my own lane, right? As long as you are not hurting yourself or others, you can believe whatever you would like to believe. It doesn't hurt me, right? And I think I find it annoying when, like, people, good night, AJ, take care. I think it is slightly annoying when people will sit there and argue with you and try to convince you over to their side. But my view is right and yours is wrong, right? Or like that kind of gets annoying, right? Where it's like, look, can we agree to disagree, right? I mean, I know certain religions have like things where you try to recruit people. I think it's fine, whatever. Go ahead, try to recruit people. You're fine, whatever, right? But learn when to take no for an answer too. But some people are very good at that, right? When I was on vacation at my friend's place, I had someone knock on his. They knocked on his door, right? And he was asleep, so I answered the door. And someone came through with a Bible. I was like, "Can I read you a verse from the Bible? We're going around for the holidays and like blah blah blah." And I was like, "Go ahead," right? I was very polite. "Go ahead, sure," right? And they read me a verse from the Bible and basically like gave their thoughts and prayers and blessings and whatever. And they were like, "So what do you think about this?" And I'm like, "It's wonderful," right? And they were like, "Are you religious?" I was like, "No, I'm not." And they were like, "Oh, well, we have a Bible study group, and it's completely free. Would you like a pamphlet?" And I was like, "No, thank you, but I hope you have a wonderful day," right? And I think I was fine with it, whatever, right? And it was a very polite interaction, right? I think great if you're religious, great if you're not. I think for me, it all comes down to whether or not you can be respectful of other people's beliefs. I think it is so easy to have kindness and human decency and yeah. Good morning, my dear, lovely friends. I've successfully slept for a whopping amount of 4 hours. That's not that long. I hope you are well rested. I hope it was a good 4 hour rest. I find religious discussion to be very interesting, but also trying to debate someone into converting never works. Also speaking as Christian knowledge. Yeah. Yeah. As someone who is not religious, who is an atheist, who does not believe in God, I can understand why people do believe in a God or a higher up or a higher authority, and I can even understand why people join like a religion who don't believe in God themselves, right? Because if even going to Sunday school, I met people who attended church, who attended whatever religious group they were in, who didn't believe in God. And I understand that, right? It gives you a community. Right? And most religions are very welcoming, right? It gives you a community and a sense of belonging, and normally also a group of people who share the same beliefs as you. So I understand to a point, right? no, again, I think overall I'm just a very stay in my own lane. If you're not doing anything to harm yourself or others, then you do you. You live your best life. Thank you for the care package, good night. I played nothing but Zelda for the last 5 hours. Are you having fun? I haven't tried Zelda. People engaging in unsolicited attempts of conversion for me, honestly, are not fine. Some polite people really don't want to put the cue for taking no for an answer. And I might add this both past present history of such conversion being delivered with both the sword and barrel gun. Yeah. But when you're the Second Amendment away from becoming Spanish Inquisition, it's time to stop and think really hard. That is fair enough, Magi. I do agree. I know a lot of like religions do have like a thing where like they tried to convert people. What is it? I think Mormonism sends people to recruit, and I think what else? You know, a few other religions send people to recruit, and to an extent I'm okay with it, right? You know, your religious organization makes it a requirement to go recruit. Whatever, fine. But learn to take no, right? I think if someone opens their door for you and you go, "Hi, do you have a moment to talk about God? About have you heard of our Lord and Savior?" Right? Whatever, right? But I think it's definitely like you need to be okay with people immediately closing the door on you, right? It's not, I don't think it's a slight towards you if you open the door and someone goes, "Hi, do you have time to talk about our Lord and Savior?" and you get the door closed on your face. They don't want to be converted. They don't want to talk about religion. It is not personal. It is not an attack towards you, right? So I think it's like, when you're recruiting, you have to be okay with that happening. Someone's gonna close the door on your face. That's fine. Move on to the next house, right? When that happened to me on vacation, I gave them the time of day. I let them read me a Bible verse. I'm not religious. I let them read me a Bible verse, and I did my best to be polite and be like, "It sounds lovely, right?" But when they asked if I wanted to join some Bible study group, I was just like, "No, thank you," right? And they moved on. They were like, "Okay, I hope you have a wonderful holiday." I think it's fine, right? Accept it, move on. Of course, it's annoying if especially if you're not looking to convert, if you're not looking to join a religion, having people knock on your door and try. But it takes 5 seconds to either say no thank you, have a nice day, or to just close the door. There doesn't have to be arguing, there doesn't have to be cursing, you know? Basically a yes or no answer. Yeah, I think you can still be courteous, right? But yeah, no, I don't think religion should ever be forced upon someone, but... And then, I think it gets a bit... I do think it gets a bit tricky when it's parents and a child, right? Personally, I think if your child is sitting there telling you, I don't want to go to church, I don't want to go, please don't make me, right? Personally, I think you should never force your child into it, right? But I think at a young age, bringing your child to church is fine. But once they are old enough to voice whether or not they want to go, honestly, I think you should listen to them, right? You don't want to traumatize your child. If a child is having that strong of a reaction, I feel bad for the children that are forced to go, right? Spunts, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I understand why parents want to raise their child religiously, but if your child's screaming, crying, sobbing, I don't want to go, please don't make me, I don't want to go, I don't want to go, like, why would you force that upon them, right? I think that's why I love my hometown. I got to have religious debate with my friends where it was really easy to agree to disagree, because we all agreed it was more important to be respectful than to be right. I think so, yeah. I don't think you have to be right all the time. I think it is nice, it is great to be respectful. You should always be respectful. But debate is nice. Civil debate can be very nice and very intriguing, even just to listen to, right? But you gotta know when to stop, because oh my god, my cousin and my uncle once got into a debate. We were hanging out at the grandparents' house. My cousin and my uncle, it wasn't even a religious debate. It was a debate about TikTok. It was a debate about TikTok. And it just got so, like, the debate just got so circular that, like, the rest of the family got up and left. Because at first it was really entertaining. And then they just kept circling and circling and circling and stating the same things over and over, and neither of them were going to budge from their viewpoint. And I was like, just stop. Just stop, right? Like, so civil debate can be very entertaining up until a point, right? The moment it starts getting circular, I'm out. But being civil and being respectful and hearing the other person's side and logic can be very intriguing. But it can get old very fast, yep. We got 10 minutes left on the clock. So if there are any ASMR requests for the end of stream, I would be happy to take them. Some kisses. Straight up crime towards children in legal terms, at least in Russia, but such as not excellent. It's infringement on human freedom. Be religious or not religious, it's right. Your right to believe in lack thereof a deity. In that context, the violation of religious freedom starts not when a parent drags their children, kicking and screaming, to Sunday service, but with baptism of a newborn, really. Yeah, well, I mean, it's difficult, Magi. It is really difficult. Because obviously, as a child, you know, your parents do have some sort of, you know, they have authority over you as a child, and until, in the US, until you are 18, you are not seen as a legal adult. So you can't, as a child, you don't have the brain development yet, and you don't have the resources to go and sue your parent over infringement on religious freedom, you know? So it's rough. It's very rough. I don't think it's right at all to force a child into a religion, especially if they're screaming and crying about it. But sadly, you know, it's like, you don't have the money, and you don't have the authority really to sue your parent over that. But it definitely creates an undesirable home environment. I would request you to do mommy voice for a little bit, but I think you're already doing it. Yeah, I genuinely don't know if I could get more mommy. Cause again, this is pretty much my regular speaking voice. But to get deeper without straining my voice is difficult, and to get even and on top of that, to get deeper, I think, like, again, the deepest I go is basically my daddy voice. And it's something. Down, kitty, down, down, down. Good girl. Good boy. But yeah. Going deep as Dadsune. Yeah, going any deeper as Dadsune is, what's up, baby girl? Yeah. Alright. Froggo, and then we say good night. And it's the end of stream. But yeah. It was a good New Year. That's good. That's good to hear. I mean, my first day of the New Year is pretty good. I didn't do much. But I don't know. I had a fun day. Hung out with friends, played some games, streamed. I'm 2026 is better. I do too. Kisses, got it. Did you bite your mom yet? Bite? Bite my mom? Midnight? Not yet. Oh, kitty. Okay. And kisses, and then good nights, and then right out. Well, we are basically at our 5-hour mark. So, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for listening to me yap. I know it's been a lot of yapping tonight, so I appreciate you bearing through my yaps. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. I do plan on streaming tomorrow night, so I hope to see you then. If not, I hope to see you sometime soon. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Have a wonderful night. Good night, Midnight. Good night, Yoshi. Good night, Fate. Good night, Jaybird. Good night, Billy. Good night, Magi. Good night, Amaterasu. Good night, Pyro Dancy. Good night, RTS. Good night, Pochita. Good night, good night. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Clever Cheshire, welcome in. I do apologize, I am ending stream. But it's very lovely to see you. I will be streaming tomorrow night. Let's see. We are going to raid someone new tonight. We're going to be raiding Wheatley. So have a wonderful night. Take care, everyone. I believe I got everyone for the good nights. Yes. Take care, all. I hope to see you soon. Tomorrow. Bye bye.